thank the Secretary General for doing a fantastic job here. Not an easy place to lead. A lot of divergent perspectives, but everybody shares an understanding and a commitment to our collective defense. So well done. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming to visit the White House, for being a friend of the United States. I also want to thank our ambassador to NATO here, Matt Whitaker, who has done a phenomenal job representing President Trump here and American interests. But nobody has done more, I would argue. And if you just look in plain speak at the commitments in the budgets of NATO countries, then President Trump, to restore NATO as an alliance. He did it in his first term, saying, you can't freeload, you need to spend, you need to be a part of that commitment. European countries stepped up. Now we're seeing even more so, with even higher targets that Ambassador Whitaker and the Secretary General have set. We're talking about capabilities today, and that's important. You got to know what you're spending it on, and then that's going to be reflected, we believe, and the reason I'm here is to make sure every country in NATO understands every shoulder has to be to the plow. Every country has to contribute at that level of 5% as a recognition of the nature of the threat. It can't be about the flags that we love. It has to be about the formations that we have. It's that hard power that actually deters. And it can't just be U.S. capabilities. So the United States is proud to be here, to stand with our allies, but our message is going to continue to be clear. It's deterrence and peace through strength, but it can't be reliance. It cannot and will not be reliance on America. In a world of a lot of threats, where America is poised to help take on those threats. I was just recently in the Indo-Pacific. We were very clear about those threats. We're prepared to step up. We need our allies to step up as well as we stand alongside them. So thank you for helping us have some of those hard conversations, those necessary conversations. And we're going to be talking to all of our allies, as the ambassador has been, that 5% is where we need to be considering the threats we face in the world today. And we'll have that conversation robustly and constructively. So, Secretary General,
thank you
so much. Very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You got it.
See you later, guys.
Thank you.
Ukraine be included in the 5% capability spending, as some member states are hoping?
Good morning, everyone. Today it's important defense ministers meeting, the meeting which takes place before the Hague summit. So it stages up the meeting in the Hague. We will be discussing the important issues, of course, the NATO capability targets. It has been a thorough process of discussion previously, defining those capabilities. Capabilities demonstrate, those targets demonstrate a common threat assessment, that we realize what we are dealing with, that we need to increase our ability to act, ability to react to aggressor countries, including, first of all, of course, Russia. Capability targets include a wide range of spectrum of different capabilities, starting from air defense, maneuverable formations, ammunition, the artillery systems, deep strikes as well, potentially in territory of adversary, of course, also technologies. But capabilities cannot be reached without financial contribution, without financial commitment. So that's why, of course, endorsing capabilities, we have to also endorse the financial commitments, and it is 5%. 5% commitment. Defense and defense-related financial spending is absolutely crucial practically to achieve those goals of capability targets. Last but not least, already we started yesterday with Ukraine Defense Contact Group, today with NATO Ukraine Council on supporting Ukraine, different formats. Of course, yesterday we also agreed on number of capability coalitions which have been expanded, 10 capability coalitions. Latvia is also co-leading one of them. So that's why, of course, it is important also to move forward with supporting Ukraine. Let's not underestimate what we are dealing with aggressor country Russia, but let's not overestimate. Let's not underestimate ourselves. So we can do many things together in terms of developing those capabilities, in terms of supporting Ukraine, but of course financial spending is absolutely a must. Latvia is committed to capability targets. We understand how important it is to achieve those targets, also to implement practically regional plans, regional defense plans. We already now contribute 3.7% to our defense, and we are willing to move forward towards 5% to defense and defense-related spending. And of course, as I mentioned previously, support for Ukraine is constant. It must be constant. We provide 0.25% from our GDP to supporting Ukraine, and we will be doing this year and also next year.
How quick does it need to go? Why is it not going fast enough?
What is not going fast enough?
Building up the capabilities of NATO.
Well, of course, it takes some time also to assess specific capability targets due to planning as well, so it goes hand in hand in many ways also with regional planning. So that's why, of course, we always would like to have more urgency, more speed up. I agree with also the premise in the question, but at the same time, of course, it requires also thorough assessment, what is exactly needed to be built, so the architecture of those capabilities to implement fully and efficiently those regional plans. So that's why, of course, it is a thorough process, fundamental process, which should also be gone through to achieve those goals. Then, of course, it also very much goes hand in hand with spending as well. So far, 2%. We have ambitious capability targets, so that's why also it requires ambitious spending limits as well.
What's your deadline for reaching the new ambitious level of spending?
Well, the ambition is to start it from next year. So, of course, I would say that it should be needed right now. We've done some progress again. So if you look at 2% commitment, which has been already achieved quite considerably this year, I mean, in comparison to 10 years ago. So, of course, it has been really the progress in this regard, but always it should be more, and the geopolitical situation in the world, our adversaries, of course, first of all, also Russia, but not only, reminds us that the spending is absolutely crucial, but also it goes hand in hand with thorough capability target assessment and implementation, and also go hand in hand with industrial base. It's not just about spending, you need to spend smart and efficient. So it means also industrial base within transatlantic community is also very instrumental in this regard.
For spending more, how do you find the money, and what do you say to voters, to residents that are concerned about government spending more on defence when other things may suffer?
This is absolutely a fundamental question. It's a question also in Latvia, because of course it means that you need to invest more in defence, so where you get the money, where you get the finances. I think there are a number of mechanisms. Of course, first of all, the first fundamental mechanism understanding is that now in those geopolitical times, as we see right now, challenging times, this is fundamental for all of us. And it's not just fundamental for some frontline countries, it's fundamental for all of us. We are one NATO. the threat to one country means threat to all countries. So that's why common threat assessment is absolutely crucial in this regard. Of course, there is some diversity because of geographical location of previous historical experiences, but this one NATO understanding absolutely must be implemented. Specifically on practical mechanisms, of course, here also NATO must work together with EU as well. And EU has provided a number of mechanisms, for instance, safe mechanisms, common borrowing, common loans, which could be also implemented in defense. It's also about moving the budget deficit, and these times require that actually we are not so disciplined in this case on budget deficit limits. We need to invest more in existential issues such as defense.
Will you insist the word Ukraine is included in the final communique during the summit?
Regardless of the summit, of course, is still communique must be still decided and agreed up with countries. So, and we must remember that also previously always a formula was when allies agree and conditions allow also NATO membership of Ukraine's NATO membership. Latvia supports NATO, Ukraine's NATO membership, also EU membership. But at the same time, it is still consensus by all member states of NATO and also EU. So that's why, of course, we are willing strongly to underline from our side that Ukraine and support to Ukraine and potential irreversibility, as what was previously included in a communiques, have to be on the table, have to be underlined. But at the same time, it is not just about communique, it's about steps forward, practical steps, supporting Ukraine, moving forward, not giving up, saying and clearly understanding that Ukraine will be a NATO member, and I absolutely believe and sure that Ukraine will be a NATO member sooner or later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis David McGuinty, le nouveau ministre de la Défense nationale du Canada. Et c'est un privilège d'être ici avec vous au siège de l'OTAN à Bruxelles. Good morning, I'm David McGuinty, Canada's new Minister of National Defence. It's a privilege to be here at NATO Headquarters in Brussels. Yesterday, I had the honour of laying a wreath in memory of the Canadian and Commonwealth soldiers who rest at Brussels Town Cemetery. A powerful reminder of the sacrifices that built the peace that we now work to preserve. The alliances forged during the Second World War laid the foundation for NATO. And today, the importance of this alliance has never been clearer and cannot be overstated. Canada's commitment to NATO is unwavering, just as we are in our belief that North American and European security are indivisible. Just 6 weeks ago, Canadians elected a new government with clear marching orders from the Canadian people, established a clear mandate, and our Prime Minister has been unequivocal. Canada will invest in its defences, rebuild its military capacities, and meet the moment with purpose and with urgency. Our government is already very hard at work. There will be more to say very soon as we look to revisit and review our expenditures domestically, continentally, and internationally. We are under no illusions about the scale of the challenges ahead. Russia's unprovoked and brutal war against Ukraine continues to destabilize the global security landscape. China's growing ambitions and increasingly assertive behavior are eroding stability in the Indo-Pacific. And the erratic actions of regimes like North Korea and Iran are undermining the rules-based order we all depend on. In the face of these growing threats, we must all do more. We will all do more. And I'm looking forward to those discussions with my counterparts here today. Thank you. I'd be pleased to take any questions you might have.
Can Canada get to 5%, and how are you going to do it?
Canada is revisiting all of its expenditures presently, from top to bottom. Just recently, our Prime Minister announced a $6 billion new effort to secure our Arctic, Canada's Arctic. So we're working very hard now with our colleagues to implement a series of changes. We'll have much more to say about that financially in very short order.
What's the realistic timeline to reach those 5%?
The realistic timeline right now is to work towards the actual Leaders Summit in the Netherlands. Our Prime Minister will be there. We'll be making announcements in this regard. Stay tuned. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. Ich hoffe, Sie haben alle gut geschlafen. Heute ist ein besonderer Tag hier. Normalerweise kommen wir in Brüssel zu diesen Treffen zusammen und verhandeln, beraten, erörtern und diskutieren. Heute ist ein Tag der Entscheidung. Heute ist ein Tag, an dem wir gewissermaßen den Horizont öffnen für das, was vor uns liegt. Ein Tag also, an dem wir als Verteidigungsministerinnen und Verteidigungsminister der NATO die NATO-Fähigkeitsziele beschließen. Die Entscheidungen von heute werden uns bis weit in die Ende der 30er Jahre hinein begleiten, in dem, was wir zu tun haben, in dem, was wir erfüllen müssen. Wir erklären heute, was unsere Teilstreitkräfte künftig können müssen, wie sie ausgestattet sein müssen, damit sie der neuen internationalen Bedrohungslage auch künftig wieder gerecht werden können. Und wir klären eben genau damit auch, wie wir unsere Soldatinnen und Soldaten in den nächsten Jahren ausstatten müssen. Es geht also ganz konkret um Fähigkeiten. Wir entscheiden heute darüber, wie uns zum Beispiel die Luftwaffe künftig noch besser vor Angriffen aus der Luft schützen wird oder wie zum Beispiel die Marine zukünftig angreifende U-Boote noch effizienter abwehren kann. Und für uns, für Deutschland bedeutet das, wir übernehmen traditionell, und das wird nicht anders sein dieses Mal, das zweitgrößte Paket an Fähigkeiten innerhalb der NATO. Und wir kommen, und das haben wir mehrfach betont, unserer Verantwortung nach als stärkster Volkswirtschaft in Europa. Und ich nenne natürlich keine Details aus einem einfachen Grund. Ich würde mir ungern von potenziellen Aggressoren in meine Karten schauen lassen. Deswegen nur ein paar Zielgrößen oder Daumengrößen. Die Großverbände des Heeres, die Korps und Divisionen, vor allem aber unsere Kampfbrigaden, werden wir in den kommenden Jahren voll ausstatten. Wir werden neue Großverbände bilden und voll ausstatten. Und ja, meine Damen und Herren, es ist völlig klar, das macht man nicht so nebenbei, das wird ein Kraftakt. Deshalb bin ich sehr froh, dass wir in Deutschland schon die wichtigsten Voraussetzungen dafür geschaffen haben. Wir haben unter anderem dafür gesorgt, dass die Beschaffung von Waffen, Munition und Ausrüstung von der Schuldenbremse weitestgehend ausgenommen ist. Das war eine historische Entscheidung oder, wenn Sie so wollen, ein echter Paradigmenwechsel. Die Tragweite dieser Entscheidung ist, glaube ich, immer noch nicht allen klar geworden. Eben aber auch, welche Verantwortung und welche Chance darin liegt. Durch diesen Schritt können wir die Verteidigungsausgaben in den kommenden Jahren Schritt für Schritt erhöhen und entsprechend unserer Beschaffungs- und Ausbauplanung das Geld zielgerichtet und effizient ausgeben. Und um es deutlich zu sagen, das ist der Umkehrschluss daraus, die Zeit, in der wir über die Unterfinanzierung vergangener Jahrzehnte gejammert haben, ist vorbei. Heute fällt der Startschuss, wir holen auf. Wir haben damit begonnen und nehmen jetzt weitere Geschwindigkeit auf. Und das ist dringend notwendig angesichts der Bedrohungslage. Und eben vor dem Hintergrund dieser Bedrohungslage ist ein Signal entscheidend heute. Und das wird von diesem Treffen und vom NATO-Gipfel in Den Haag in wenigen Wochen ausgehen. Die NATO sagt hier ganz klar, zeigt hier ganz klar, wir sind entschlossen. Dankeschön.
Herr Minister, wie viel zusätzliches Personal wird es nach ersten Schätzungen, Prognosen brauchen, um diese neuen Fähigkeitsziele zu erreichen? Und wird das ohne eine Wehrpflicht in Deutschland gehen?
Also wir gehen davon aus, das ist aber auch nur eine Daumengröße, um es klar zu sagen, dass wir rund 50.000 bis 60.000 Soldatinnen und Soldaten in den stehenden Streitkräften mehr brauchen als heute. Und gleichzeitig wird sich die Frage natürlich stellen, reicht der neue Wehrdienst aus über die nächsten Jahre? Wir gehen davon aus, dass synchron zum Aufwuchs der Kapazitäten, und ich kann es immer nur wiederholen, uns nützt eine Wehrpflicht jetzt gar nichts, weil wir die Kapazitäten weder in den Kasernen noch in der Ausbildung haben. Deswegen müssen diese Kapazitäten aufwachsen. Bis dahin gilt Freiwilligkeit. Die Freiwilligkeit kann aber auch darüber hinaustragen, wenn wir als Arbeitgeber attraktiv sind und gleichzeitig mehr Leute gewinnen, junge Männer und junge Frauen, Vertrauen, die sagen, ich verpflichte mich auch für länger. Das ist das Ziel. Wir werden das jetzt alles auf den Weg bringen und natürlich immer, wie man im Fußball sagt, den Ball eng am Fuß halten und schauen, was passiert und wann müssen wir gegensteuern oder eine andere Richtung einschlagen.
Drohnen in Deutschland zu produzieren?
In den Größenordnungen reden wir nicht, weil wir schlicht über die Einheiten darunter reden. Wie die dann organisiert werden, ist eine andere Frage.
Warum sind Verteidigungsausgaben bis 5% so wichtig und bis wann?
Also die Zahl 5% ist ja vom amerikanischen Präsidenten in den Raum gestellt worden und wird seitdem beständig wiederholt. Wir reden gerade über eine Aufsplittung, 3,5% für reine Kernverteidigung und 1,5% für verteidigungsrelevante Infrastrukturausgaben und anderes. Ich kann nur immer wiederholen, wir können über Prozente reden, aber am Ende sind es die Fähigkeiten, die wir heute festlegen, die entscheiden, was wir zu tun haben. Die müssen wir erfüllen, die müssen wir bereitstellen in der Zeit, die uns dafür gegeben ist, damit zum Zeitpunkt X, dann, wenn eine Gefahr konkret drohen könnte, in der Lage sind, wirksam abzuschrecken und uns zu verteidigen. Das kostet Geld. Und das kann Geld kosten von 3%, 3,5%. Das kann schwanken. Aber auch das wiederhole ich immer wieder gerne. 3% beispielsweise, um mal ein Beispiel zu nennen, bedeutet in Deutschland ungefähr 125 Milliarden Euro pro Jahr. Die müssen aber auch abfließen können. Wenn das Geld nicht abfließen kann, weil die Bestellungen gar nicht so schnell abgewickelt werden können, von der Industrie zum Beispiel, weil es Verzögerungen bei Lieferketten oder anderem gibt, fließt das Geld nicht ab und die 3%-Zahl wäre nicht erreicht. Das heißt, nur die 3% als solche kann Richtgröße sein, die wichtig ist, oder die 3,5. Entscheidend ist aber, dass unsere industriellen Kapazitäten aufwachsen in Europa und darüber hinaus. Und dass wir in Deutschland unsere Hausaufgaben weiter so gut machen wie in den letzten 2,5 Jahren, nämlich die Beschaffung weiter zu beschleunigen und zu deregulieren. Wenn beides zusammenkommt, werden wir die Fähigkeiten in den nächsten Jahren ziel- und plangerecht erfüllen können. Und dann wird das Geld kosten, das es kostet. Und ich vermute mal, dass die 3,5% nicht ganz unrealistisch sein werden.
Was sollte Ihrer Meinung nach zu den verteidigungsrelevanten Ausgaben gezählt werden, also von der Infrastruktur mal abgesehen?
Das wird jetzt in den nächsten Stunden und in den nächsten Wochen bis zum Gipfel definiert werden. Da würde ich mich doch bedeckt halten.
Gibt es Pläne, Drohnen in Deutschland zu produzieren und die Bundeswehr für ihren Einsatz zu schulen?
Ja.
Thank you for your support to Ukraine. How about transfer missiles towers to Ukraine?
I didn't get you.
How about?
Towers to Ukraine, what about this?
No, nothing new in that issue.
Aus Ihrer Sicht, Herr Minister, kann es eine Gipfelerklärung geben in 3 Wochen, in der Russland nicht als die größte Bedrohung für das transatlantische Bündnis erwähnt wird?
Das weiß ich nicht. Ich persönlich bin der Auffassung, es sollte klar werden. Andernfalls hätten wir auch ein Erklärungsproblem. Wenn nicht klar ist, von wem wir uns bedroht fühlen, ist es schwer, sich auf diese Bedrohung einzustellen. Von daher plädiere ich für ein klares Signal in diese Richtung. Aber das werden die Staats- und Regierungschefs entscheiden.
Sollte China auch erwähnt werden als sicherheitspolitische Herausforderung?
China ist vor allen Dingen für die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika natürlich eine besondere Herausforderung im Indo-Pazifik und damit unter internationalen Gesichtspunkten auch für uns. Aber man kann es sicherlich, was die militärische Bedrohungslage jedenfalls für das Kern-NATO-Gebiet, nicht gleichsetzen.
Die Unterstützung der USA für die Ukraine wackelt. Trump wollte Zelensky nicht einladen zu dem Gipfel und jetzt ist er doch eingeladen worden von Rutte. Was für eine Nachricht schickt das?
Ja, man sieht daran, dass sich die Dinge innerhalb ein paar Wochen gründlich verändern können. Das hat mit Sicherheit auch damit zu tun, wie Putin sich verhält, um es deutlich zu sagen. Der komplett fehlende Wille, überhaupt über Frieden ernsthaft zu sprechen oder das Feuer einzustellen, lässt ja tief blicken und kann auch am amerikanischen Präsidenten nicht ohne Eindruck vorbeigehen. Von daher warten wir es ab, was bis zum Gipfel passiert. Ich begrüße die Einladung jedenfalls sehr.
Gibt es irgendwelche Hinweise, Herr Minister, dass in den Beschaffungsskandal über die NATO-Beschaffungsagentur auch deutsche Unternehmen verwickelt sind zum Stand jetzt?
Kann ich im Augenblick nicht sagen. Scheint aber auch ein Fall zu sein, in dem es um persönliche Verfehlungen geht und keine, die in der Struktur der Agentur liegen. Aber das wird sich zeigen. Okay, vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Good morning. 2 days ago in the Netherlands, the coalition government collapsed. And I want to stress here at the NATO headquarters that it doesn't mean anything for our defense and for foreign policy. We as a caretaker government decided to act as if we are a regular government and just to continue business as usual, because international threats do not diminish if there are domestic political issues in the Netherlands. So we will continue in the same way, also in preparation for the NATO summit, which I expect is going to be an historic summit. We as a host country want to make this a big success. And we will do all the necessary preparations, of course, to make this summit a success. And the participant will not see or experience anything different, given the fact that we in the Netherlands now have a caretaker government. Of course, today is also going to be important to make sure that the 32 allies get more aligned towards a new defence investment pledge. And I expect that we will make further progress today.
Capability targets are supposed to be for the Netherlands.
Sorry?
What are the capability targets for the Netherlands? Can you go into more details on what you will be focusing?
Of course, I'm not allowed to share any specifics about that, but what we do see in general, of course, is that NATO is requiring more from us because the threat, especially by Russia, is increasing. We made a calculation of what those additional capability targets mean financially for the Netherlands. And if you calculate this, then it means that we should spend, in the medium term, we should spend 3.5% at least on defence, which in the Netherlands means an additional 16 to 19 billion addition to our current budget. And that's what we also shared with Parliament. So this is what NATO is expecting from us. But what we will decide in terms of a new defence investment pledge, a new NATO norm, that's of course a political decision which we will further discuss.
Can you do that as a caretaker government, or do we need to wait for the Netherlands to elect a new government?
Of course, in the short term, we can make a decision on the budget for next year, for 2026. So we will decide whether we will take an additional step to increase our budget. Let's wait and see for that. For the longer term budget decisions, that's up to a new government. But when it comes to taking a decision in 3 weeks in The Hague, whether we can agree or not with a new defence investment pledge, that's a decision that the caretaker government will make.
In your opinion, what should belong to the defence-related expenditures in the future? What kind of? Is it like about infrastructure? Is it about climate change? Is it about migration?
I think the NATO resilience objective are a good starting point. For us as the Netherlands, we are also a transit country. So host nation support is very important. We have big ports. Port of Rotterdam, for example. So in terms of logistics, making sure that we can get military equipment from our ports to the east of Europe, the costs that are involved in this, those are important to us, and I think would also be good to include in the defence-related expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. We are here today to prepare for the upcoming NATO summit, as well as to agree on our new NATO targets. These new NATO targets are extremely ambitious and will also be challenging for my country as for others, but it's absolutely necessary that we invest in our capabilities. Why? Because we need to be able to continue also in the future to defend our peoples, our countries, and of course also our values. The 2% target, Luxembourg will reach it this year. This is also a very big step for us, but an important step. Beyond the 2%, these are the discussions that are going on now. For us, it's very important that we invest in our capabilities. It will be the capabilities that will keep us safe, not percentages. And with our plans and with our ambitions, this is what should be driving our investments, not the other way around. And these investments need to take place and continue to take place in land, sea, air capabilities, also space, also cyber, and that's exactly what we are doing. Of course, we know that we are faced with challenges, continuous challenges. Investing in our industrial base, we need to ramp it up. We need to invest in our interoperability and also our joint procurement, for example, via NSPA. As far as Ukraine is concerned, we heard from President Zelensky yesterday. We spoke with the Defense Minister as well. We want and need just and sustainable peace. Ukraine is the first one to want this. Putin could have stopped this war yesterday, can do it today. This is not happening. So Luxembourg will continue to support militarily also Ukraine. We have done so since day one. For this year, we will increase by 50% our military and defense contribution so Ukraine can continue to defend itself. We will continue to be on the right side of history here. Thank you.
So our position is, I think, very obvious. We really need hard investment in defense. Otherwise, we're going to compromise our own reputation. And actually, it's not only about capabilities, but also about perception. If we do not invest into hard defense and do it right now, it's going to get only more expensive in the years to come.
There's also discussion about defense-related expenditures. What, according to your opinion, should be part of that?
Well, I agree that infrastructure is important. Expenses related to military mobility, to civil defense, they are, of course, part of the package. But if you do not have strong army, if you do not have weapon systems, if you do not have what it needs to be done to ensure that NATO capability targets are met, and not in the next century, then everything else is redundant.
You mentioned yesterday 2032 is simply too late a deadline.
Yes.
I'm wondering what reception you got from other allies in the room.
Well, yesterday it was just, informal meetings about that, but today we are going to have a real discussion. So my question to my colleagues is that if we all trust our intelligence, if we trust NATO military intelligence, and they say that it's just a few years until Russia is going to be able to test NATO, then what are we going to do? Ask them for extension? Ask them to delay the deadline? This is not going to happen. So therefore, I'd like to hear the answers. What is then their plan?
But is it realistic to achieve those 5% until 2030?
Well, I think that what we have to all understand, that our actual capabilities, that our ability to defend our territory, to defend our economy, to defend our people is what matters. And I understand that it's very, very different what 5% is for Lithuania or for Estonia and what it is for Germany and for France. Different sort of economies. But also, when we talk about the size of economy, we have to think about the size of impact that is going to happen if Russia breaches our borders. I mean, it's not that only countries on the northern eastern border are going to be violated. It's going to hit very hard all the economies. And what Germany and France are experiencing right now is going to be, I don't know, cherry tree blossom compared to what is going to happen.
Why should countries like Italy or Spain worry about achieving those 5% until 2030 when we see now the slow progress the Russian army is doing in Ukraine? I mean, it will take decades until Spain and Italy might be concerned.
I think it's about 5 minutes additional time that we have when we talk about ballistic missiles, right?
What gaps does NATO have? Can you please explain?
Classified. But I think that we all understand that if we really want to ensure that Russia doesn't even think about breaching our borders, and they will probably expand their empire anyhow, but we turn somewhere else and not at NATO, then, as I said, we have to also see visibly the force that we have. And that means it has to get tougher, both in defense industry capabilities, both in our actual armed forces size, both in the number of different weapon systems that we need to have. And if it doesn't happen in the next couple of years, and God forbid, some interesting decisions would be made regarding sanctions for Russia or negotiations with Ukraine, then we may have not 3 to 5 years, but 2 to 3 years. And then are we going to gather here again and say, okay, we failed a bit, and then maybe we start learning Russian? So, thank you.
discuss quite a heavy agenda on defense and deterrence. Of course, the main point is the defense investment pledge, which is crucial for NATO to take in the new pillar and the new kind of phase of the NATO's history. Finland is supporting the heavier investment pledge. We are not taking comment on any details or figures now at this point, but we will hope that the threat basis analysis, what we are seeing from the Russian side, will affect the NATO, that we just have to approve the capability targets and raise the investment pledges quite heavily. And we are hoping that this day will be fruitful for the discussions. Also quite important that seeing how the defense and deterrence posture is developing in the eastern and northern flank, we are on the right track, but there's still a lot of things to do.
What's for you the timeline or the deadline to reach the new defense?
Well, we're not commenting any details now because negotiations are ongoing, but we are, from the Finnish perspective, because we have half of the Russian border, of course we hope that all the countries know that the Russia will be a real threat after the Ukrainian war. That doesn't stop in the Ukraine, so that's why we are in a hurry. We have to do this fast and quick. There's no time for decades-long wondering and pondering. So that's why we have to run fast, but of course with a quite efficient way to use the money wisely, not just spend it. But still, that the number, what is our goal, the year, that's quite important.
Is 2032 too late?
Well, I'm not commenting on the year now, but still. We have done in Finland and of course inside NATO the threat analysis when the Russia with their allies can kind of build the new capability to threaten NATO. So that's why we know that we have to run fast. So it's quite obvious that the year cannot be at the too long period. So.
What does it mean to improve the capability targets concretely?
Well, through the capability targets, we can have muscles to implement the regional defense plans. So now, after when we approve these capability targets, the defense investment pledge has kind of something inside it. So it comes from the military assessment, what kind of capabilities all the countries need, and that's why from the Finnish perspective our national defense planning has always been that way, that we are planning what kind of capabilities do we need from the threat analysis. And now the NATO is also doing this with the quite a heavier way. So there will be quite a big percent of money what we need from to implement these capability targets. Thank you.
NATO defence ministers are meeting in Brussels this morning, with the US pushing for a massive increase in spending from European allies. The UK's Defence Secretary John Healey walked in during the last hour.
It's our plan to innovate at a wartime pace so that we fast-track the best kit into the hands of our warfighters, and most important, it's a plan to put NATO first and to step up on European security.
Europe correspondent Adam Parsons is there as well. Morning, Adam. A big week for that man.
Yeah, a really big week. A big week, I think, for everyone here. Defence ministers from across all of the NATO allies. And why? Well, because they, particularly the Europeans, really want to talk about Ukraine and their continuing support, but ranged against them are going to be the American delegation, who will keep saying, spend more, spend more. They are determined that every NATO country should get to 5% of GDP. You heard that right, 5% of GDP. So every £1 in 20 that the government spend should go on defence. Now, that is a big increase, not just for Britain, but for everyone else here. Boris Pistorius, the German defence minister, said it was unrealistic, but the Americans are not backing down. And so NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, when he arrived, said that this was something that was going to have to be talked about. There had to be big increases on the way. The Europeans are uneasy about this, maybe a bit resigned, but the Americans determined. And you could see that when the Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth arrived here at NATO headquarters earlier.
The reason I'm here is to make sure every country in NATO understands every shoulder has to be to the plow. Every country has to contribute at that level of 5% as a recognition of the nature of the threat. It can't be about the flags that we love. It has to be about the formations that we have. It's that hard power that actually deters. And it can't just be US capabilities.
We have to invest in our air defense systems. We have to invest in our, let's say, long-range missiles. We have to invest in our maneuverable land formations, command and control systems. All of this has to happen. And these mean huge investments. We need all over NATO territory. And by the way, doing this will also equalize what we are spending with what the United States is spending. We, Canada and Europe, equalizing with the US. And we know this is important because we want a fairer NATO where all our allies spend the same.
Adam, let's set the context on this, because when it comes to pounds spent, the UK is one of the biggest spenders in the world after the US on defence. When it comes to percentage of GDP, slightly different, 2.3% at the moment, going to go up to 2.5%, says the government. They want it to be 3% by the end of the next parliament. 5% is more than double what they're spending at the moment. What's John Healey going to say in there?
So John Healey, like a lot of other people, is going to have to walk this tightrope that he doesn't want to upset the Americans, because there's always that fear that America could just walk out of NATO, and then what happens to this as an alliance. But on the same page, remember I said you Boris Pistorius saying this is unrealistic. I think everyone here thinks you can't just go to 5%. Now, we should say 5% isn't all, tanks, planes, soldiers. It's roughly split as 3.5% on core defence, 1.5% on civil defence. But a couple of things on America's demands. For one thing, according to the figures I've just got from the American Department of Defence, they're not spending 5% of GDP at the moment, but they spend a huge amount. You look at the top 10 spenders in the world on defence. America is number one, and it spends more than the next 9 put together. So they are titanic. They have an enormous military industry. So the more money that the world spends on arms, especially in Europe, more money goes into the American economy. So there's a play also here from Pete Hegseth and the Americans, but ultimately they think they carry too much of the burden for our defence, whether that is UK or Europe. They look at Ukraine and say, well, the Europeans should be really shouldering all of that. It's on their continent. Everyone else might say, well, hold on, this is about geopolitics. If you want to be the world's superpower, then you have to use NATO and you have to pump it up with your money. It's about finance, it's about ideology, it's about politics, it's about defence, and it's all going to happen behind closed doors here at NATO today.
Pretty important, fascinating stuff, Adam. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it just so happens it's not only the Department of Defence pushing for more money from the Chancellor in next week's spending review. They all are. And Mari is here with some more details because, Mari, we've
The Germans have already said it's unrealistic, but when Pete Hegseth, the American Defence Secretary, got here today, he was completely adamant.
The reason I'm here is to make sure every country in NATO understands every shoulder has to be to the plow. Every country has to contribute at that level of 5% as a recognition of the nature of the threat. It can't be about the flags that we love. It has to be about the formations that we have. It's that hard power that actually deters. And it can't just be U.S. capabilities.
Adam, there's what Pete Hegseth says in public and then what we've seen him say in private on, Telegram chats and the rest of it. he's not a big fan of Europe, and I think there's still that sense that the Americans think Europe and the UK are freeloaders.
Oh, there absolutely is a sense. They think that they're writing enormous checks to guarantee the safety of Britain and all of the other NATO allies. And so there's a few things at play here. So number one is that, why are we spending all this money for your safety? Number two, why aren't you spending more money? And remember, within this, a lot of Europeans will say, well, hold on, America, you're the geopolitical global superpower. You have nuclear weapons. You also have loads of weapons that are strategically positioned here in Europe. So Europe's safety is part of your geopolitical exercise. And also, remember, America has an enormous military industry. So if they ramp up spending and make everyone else ramp up spending, it's good for them as well. But they will demand 5%. And by the way, spoiler alert, America spends nowhere near 5% of GDP on defence at the moment. In fact, the only country in mainland Europe that spends that is Ukraine, and they're at war.
Yeah, that certainly isn't a spoiler there. I think we're seeing shots of President Emmanuel Macron, the French president there, which is interesting, Adam, just very briefly, because everyone else has sent their defence secretary, whereas France's president is in Brussels for this. I'm assuming it's for the same thing.
Matt, you're ahead of me. If Emmanuel Macron has turned up here at NATO, that is the first I've heard about it. I saw his defence secretary turning up earlier on, but if Emmanuel Macron has turned up at NATO headquarters, then we will hot-foot it down to try and find what he's here for.
Yeah, if that is the case, certainly changes the complexion of things in Brussels. For now, Adam, thanks very much indeed. Well, it's not just the Department of Defence that is pushing for more money. It is also all the other departments ahead of the Chancellor's spending review, which we'll hear more about next Wednesday. Well, let's chat more about it now. In fact, Mari is back because we've been focusing on defence earlier in the week and today with Adam there, but also education today as well.
Yeah, exactly. So lots of different departments are begging Rachel Reeves to give them just a little bit more cash for things that they think are vitally important for public services, for growth, whatever it might be. And those costs are really kind of piling up for Rachel Reeves. But today we're talking about education because the government has announced a new threshold, essentially, in order to be able to be eligible for free school meals. So originally it was about £7,400 a year as your kind of household income. Now it's essentially if your income is if your household, is on universal credit, you will now become eligible. The government says this will pull out of poverty about 100,000 children a year. And what they want to do is break down the barriers of opportunity with your class, your background, what your parents do, how much money you have in your house. That's the idea behind it. Interestingly, the Institute for Fiscal Studies said that figure wasn't accurate. It wasn't going to pull anywhere near 100,000 kids out of poverty. They also said that lifting the two-child benefit cap would be much more cost-effective in pulling children out of poverty. But nonetheless, Bridget Phillipson told you she didn't agree with it. She said that analysis was incorrect. There would be more details coming today that would essentially correct the IFS. And then you asked her about the spending review and budgets for education and whether she really believed that actually, she's been awarded enough as Secretary of State and therefore whether the education system is going to suffer for that or whether they are still the party of education. We can have a listen to a clip with her and yourself now.
I'm not going to get into pre-announcing the wider settlement. The Chancellor's got a tough job to do.
Yeah.
She's been stabilising the public finances.
in NATO, where all our allies spend the same.
There's one country we need to consider when we have these conversations, two potentially, but Russia and China, as they watch on from the east. What will they make of this continued conflict and discourse within the NATO organisation itself over spending, not just for the first time, but again and again and again and again?
Well, I think you have to remember a few things around this. Number one is if you talk to NATO officials, they will say that what Russia wants more than anything is to erode NATO's stability, is to effectively see the coherence that brings this alliance together be ebbed away. So anything that involves arguments, discussions, and questions about loyalty is great for Russia. China, of course, plays this much sort of longer strategic game, but clearly a sort of strong NATO may not be in their interests either. Certainly, China would benefit if America were to withdraw from this alliance. So, of course, Russia's cyber attacks will continue, its disinformation campaigns will continue, and they will be delighted to see the likes of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump even suggest the idea that America could one day pull out of NATO. Although when you speak to defence ministers here, you get the idea that that storm appears to be dissipating, that they feel as if America is more strongly entwined at the moment. Next month, we have a NATO summit. That is when leaders will meet. And I think that's when agreements will be made about future spending. I think I remember this 5% target is really very, very high. There are only 13 countries in the world that spend 5% or more of their GDP on defence, and quite a load of those are at war or based in the Middle East, where a huge defence spending is pretty much the norm. For European nations, it isn't, although Poland is at 3.8, sends a bigger proportion of its income on defence than does the United States. I think there's an acceptance they need to spend more. The question is just how much more.
Adam Parsons in Brussels for us. We'll watch all the developments closely. Thank you. Let's turn our attention to the Middle East now. Israel says it's recovered the bodies of 2 hostages taken by Hamas to Gaza on October the 7th,
These mean huge investments. We need all over NATO territory. And by the way, doing this will also equalize what we are spending with what the United States is spending. We, Canada and Europe, equalizing with the US. And we know this is important because we want a fairer NATO where all our allies spend the same.
Well, I think you have to remember a few things around this. Number one is if you talk to NATO officials, they will say that what Russia wants more than anything is to erode NATO's stability, is to effectively see the coherence that brings this alliance together be ebbed away. So anything that involves arguments, discussions, and question about loyalty is great for Russia. China, of course, plays this much sort of longer strategic game, but clearly a sort of strong NATO may not be in their interests either. Certainly, China would benefit if America were to withdraw from this alliance. So, of course, Russia's cyber attacks will continue, its disinformation campaigns will continue, and they will be delighted to see the likes of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump even suggest the idea that America could one day pull out of NATO. Although when you speak to defence ministers here, you get the idea that that storm appears to be dissipating, that they feel as if America is more strongly entwined at the moment. Next month, we have a NATO summit. That is when leaders will meet. And I think that's when agreements will be made about future spending. I think I remember this 5% target is really very, very high. There are only 13 countries in the world that spend 5% or more of their GDP on defence, and quite a load of those are at war or based in the Middle East, where a huge defence spending is pretty much the norm. For European nations, it isn't, although Poland is at 3.8, sends a bigger proportion of its income on defence than does the United States. I think there's an acceptance they need to spend more. The question is just how much more.
Details there from Adam Parsons. As you can see to the side of your screen, we are keeping an eye on the Shadow Chancellor, Sir Mel Stride, laying out some of the Conservative Party's economic plans. When we get more of those, we'll bring them to you, and reaction as well with Darren McCaffrey on Business Live at 1:30. Stick with us for that. Plenty more as well online too. Let's also turn our attention to the Middle East and Israel, saying it's recovered the bodies of 2 hostages taken by Hamas to Gaza on October the 7th, 2023. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the bodies of Judy Weinstein-Haggai and her husband Gad Haggai were recovered during a special operation by the IDF and the country's securities agency Shin Bet. Their bodies were abducted from the kibbutz Nir Oz and taken into Gaza during Hamas's attack. Well, meanwhile, the US has vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The US Ambassador to the UN, Dorothy Shea, said America's decision should come as no surprise.
Any product that undermines our close ally Israel's security is a non-starter. This resolution would undermine diplomatic efforts to reach a ceasefire that reflects the realities on the ground and emboldens Hamas. This resolution also draws false equivalence between Israel and Hamas.
we go.
All right. I'll move out of y'all's way as soon as he comes through.
I just want to take a moment. It is worth taking a moment to note the historic nature of what just occurred in there, which is not an end state. There's still more to go. But considering 2% was the goal that President Trump set out in his first term, President Trump said other countries need to carry the burden, pay the fair share, and a lot of people thought that was impossible. It couldn't happen. Here we are, and countries in there are well exceeding 2%, and we think very close, almost near consensus, on a 5% commitment for NATO in The Hague later this month. There are a few countries that are not quite there yet. I won't name any names. We don't. It's amongst friends in that room. We'll get them there. But from France to Germany, to the Baltics, to the Nordic countries, to Poland, to Greece, to Hungary, to so many more, the commitment is there. 5% on defense spending. When you consider the threats that we face, the urgency in the world, it's critical. We don't need more flags. We need more fighting formations. We don't need more conferences. We need more capabilities. Hard power. That's why President Trump is committed to spending $1 trillion in our own defense budget. We're standing in that room looking out at all the other countries saying we're spending 13% more on our defense inside our formations, in real capabilities. We need our allies here in Europe and in Canada to step up even more, to step up and take the lead, to recognize the defense of the continent is the core mission. So 5% is our message, and we will deliver that. President Trump at The Hague, at the summit, it's been his commitment, and I believe our allies will step up and do that for real capabilities, and that Europe returns to its core function, defense of the continent, and burden sharing being central to that. America has led for a long way. Now it's time for Europe to step up. So I'm very encouraged by what we heard in there. I appreciate the leadership from Secretary Rutte, our ambassador, Whitaker, who's done a great job. I'll take a few questions.
Sir, the UK says, you didn't mention the UK then about commitments to 5%. They say they will spend 3% by
our friends in the UK, we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
They're going to get there.
I'm getting a wrap on the family photo. I can come back and talk a little bit more if you want. But we think everybody's going to get there. We really do.
Including the UK.
It's important. Well, I think it's important they do.
What
It's
about the
important that the UK gets
United
there.
States doesn't
What about the timeline?
In the sense, you coming back?
No.
Stay until he's coming back.
No.
He won't come back. You want?
If you guys would like to wait here, we'll find out if there
If that is actually the case.
Maybe
it's
coming
back. Like I said, life is full of surprises. So if we can get you guys to stage where you were waiting before.
Sure.
Yeah. Reality check.
Where's my man Jonathan? Look at you getting a question there, man.
And you've got a loud booming voice.
Ask you to look straight in front of you for 5 seconds. Many thanks. Thank you.
Barracks that are essential to training soldiers as well. And also things like, for the UK, for example, they can include things like pensions too into defence spending. So it's a broad brush, but there's a real push to increase spending. Obviously, to the east of Europe, Russia has its entire economy really on a war footing, spending a huge amount on its defence. China doing an incredible amount too. So a push from the United States to see that increase across the board. Do stick with us for more here on Sky News.
Investment on defense, especially when it pertains to NATO, the investments that we've made there, the spending we've made in Ukraine. The issue is not whether America will step up. We've stepped up. President Trump's spending $1 trillion in the next budget proposal, 13% increase, historic investments in our southern border, Golden Dome, advanced technologies, F-47. We're leading the way. The question is, will our allies step up the way we need them to? Because considering the threats in the world today, they have to. We all have to live in history together and recognize that it's not over.
What if they don't? Would you ever consider withdrawing the United States from NATO?
That's not what we're here to discuss. What we're here to discuss is that NATO countries, and we heard that in there, it was actually very heartening to listen to all the countries step up and say, we hear you, we all need increased capabilities, we all need to spend more. Thank you, President Trump, for reviving this alliance. It was an alliance that was sleepwalking to irrelevance. And President Trump, in his first term, said you need to step up and spend more. And he has in this term done the same. And what I saw in there were countries prepared to step up to push the limits of what they can do. That's a good thing. That's friends helping friends.
So what about a timeline, sir, for the 5%? How many years would you give allies to actually reach that?
Well, those discussions are ongoing. The ambassador is a key part of that. Go ahead if you want to speak to that.
Again, the timeline is not being driven by the United States of America. It is being driven by the serious security threats that Europe faces, that the United States faces. And so, our allies are all have their unique situations, but everyone in that room was committed to doing dramatically more. To the 5%, I heard everyone saying that the capabilities are necessary, the hardening of our societies and our infrastructure, and all of the investments that it's going to require. Everybody's on board. Everybody's going to have a unique timeline, but I think there's a serious commitment here, and we're continuing to negotiate that. But again, we're not driving the timeline. The threats are driving the timeline. Russia's going to reconstitute in 5 years or less, and and Europe continues to tell us that Russia is their biggest threat, and we agree in the Euro-Atlantic it is. And so we need to make sure everybody's investing.
Can you tell us about, sir, American troops and American military personnel in Europe? I think you suggested that there would be a decision about the level of forces you maintain because you're facing threats elsewhere, sir. Can you tell us, what your thinking is about US, I think 100,000 military personnel at the moment in Europe?
Well, it would only be responsible for the United States to continually assess our force posture, which is precisely what we've done. We have an interim defense strategy that clearly specifies we're going to defend our southern border and close it, unlike the previous administration that let 21 million people invade our country. And we're going to get 100% operational control of that. We're going to make sure we shift properly to the Indo-Pacific and reestablish deterrence there. And then we're going to increase burden sharing across the world. America can't be everywhere all the time, nor should we be. And so there are reasons why we have troops in certain places, and we respect and understand that. It's also prudent that we review that force posture in real time alongside our allies and partners to make sure it's right size. So I don't want to get ahead of the president's decision on that, but we're reviewing everything. And I think our allies' commitment and willingness to spend more means a lot, to your point. You can talk, I heard a few countries talk about capabilities and the importance of capabilities, and then hedge a little bit on how much more we spend. Unfortunately, you got to spend to have hard power, oftentimes. You can't really have
enough,
both.
Sir? Is 3% enough?
Each country's going to make that determination, but this alliance, we believe, in a matter of weeks, will be committing to 5%. 3.5% in hard military and 1.5% in infrastructure and defense-related activities. That combination constitutes a real commitment, and we think every country can step up.
What about aid to
One more real
Ukraine?
quick.
Does the US want Zelensky to be at the summit in The Hague? And by skipping all the events related to Ukraine at this NATO meeting, are you sending a message that the US no longer supports Ukraine?
Well, I believe you were
I'm at all the meetings, yes.
We've been at that meeting, and we, at the beginning of this administration...
I think you just insulted me, though,
I
saying
think
that I'm not the United States.
I think you did. We're definitely at that meeting and made a contribution. And from the beginning of this administration, worked with our British and German counterparts for them to take the lead of that contact group, which they've done, and I appreciate that. We appreciate y'all. Thank you very much.
Ukraine fit into the 5%? Press, you can hold here. Now I think we're done.
What, is he coming back or not?
I just think
he's coming back.
He told me he'd come back 3 more times. I'm kidding.
Aha. Well, my battery's running out. I can't do it.
When you're done, you give us a sign when you want.
5% of GDP will happen across the alliance. He's been speaking to reporters in the past hour.
I just want to take a moment. I think it is worth taking a moment to note the historic nature of what just occurred in there, which is not an end state. There's still more to go. But considering 2% was the goal that President Trump set out in his first term, President Trump said other countries need to carry the burden, pay the fair share. And a lot of people thought that was impossible. It couldn't happen. Here we are, and countries in there are well exceeding 2%. And we think very close, almost near consensus, on a 5% commitment for NATO in The Hague later this month. There are a few countries that are not quite there yet. I won't name any names. It's amongst friends in that room. We'll get them there. But from France to Germany, to the Baltics, to the Nordic countries, to Poland, to Greece, to Hungary, to so many more, the commitment is there. 5% on defense spending. When you consider the threats that we face, the urgency in the world, it's critical. We don't need more flags. We need more fighting formations. We don't need more conferences. We need more capabilities, hard power. That's why President Trump is committed to spending $1 trillion in our own defense budget. We're standing in that room with all the other countries saying we're spending 13% more on our defense inside our formations, in real capabilities. We need our allies here in Europe and in Canada to step up even more, to step up and take the lead, to recognize the defense of the continent as the core mission. So 5% is our message, and we will deliver that. President Trump at The Hague, at the summit, it's been his commitment, and I believe our allies will step up and do that for real capabilities, and that Europe returns to its core function, defense of the continent.
Well, let's take a look at the state of play. The UK currently spends 2.3% of GDP on defence. That's above the NATO target of 2%. It'll rise to 2.5% by 2027, with the additional revenue coming from cuts to the foreign aid budget. The PM has said spending will be increased to 3% by the end of the next Parliament. However, as Sky News has revealed this week, he may be forced to increase that to 3.5% within a decade as part of that NATO push to keep the US on side. And as you heard from Pete Hegseth, the US is calling for NATO members to increase spending to 5%. However, members are expecting to make that up with 1.5% of the figure in defence-related areas such as espionage and infrastructure. Let's bring in our Europe correspondent, Adam Parsons, who's in Brussels. And Adam, you've been speaking to Pete Hegseth. What was your sense from him, and what's your sense from the wider mood in the room?
Well, he's clearly very pleased with the progress. As you said there, it's not an end state, but he can see, I think, from being in that room, that NATO ministers are prepared to yield to the pressure that the United States is putting on all of them to hugely increase their spending. I think then you start getting into that granular detail about how far they will go and will they meet this slightly vague 5% target. It sounds so precise, but there's a few caveats to it. First, it's divided into a couple of pots. What you're spending on core defence and what you're spending on ancillary things, whether that's barracks or espionage. Then there's also, well, if you give a load of money to Ukraine, can you set that against your military spending? Can you boost it that way? And then also the time span. No one thinks that any country is suddenly going to go, right, we're spending 5% as of today. That clearly isn't going to happen. Boris Pistorius, the German defence minister, said it was unrealistic to get to 5%. And by the way, one caveat is that next to nobody is spending more than 5% at the moment, certainly no members of NATO on defence. Even the United States, its own defence spending is 3.4% of GDP. So when I spoke to Pete Hegseth in the last hour or so, I put it to him that perhaps it was slightly rich of America to be telling everyone to boost up to 5% when they aren't doing that. Mr. Hegseth, the United States presently spends 3.4% of its GDP on defence. You're telling everyone else to spend 5%.
I don't think anyone's calling into question the United States of America's investment on defense, especially when it pertains to NATO, the investments that we've made there, the spending we've made in Ukraine. The issue is not whether America will step up. We've stepped up. President Trump's spending $1 trillion in the next budget, proposing 13% increase, historic investments in our southern border, Golden Dome, advanced technologies, F-47. We're leading the way. The question is, will our allies step up the way we need them to? Because considering the threats in the world today, they have to. We all have to live in history together.
What if they don't?
It's not over.
What if they don't? Would you ever consider withdrawing the United States from NATO?
That's not what we're here to discuss. What we're here to discuss is that NATO countries, and we heard that in there, it was actually very heartening to listen to all the countries step up and say, we hear you, we all need increased capabilities, we all need to spend more. Thank you, President Trump, for reviving this alliance. It was an alliance that was sleepwalking to irrelevance. And President Trump, in his first term, said you need to step up and spend more. And he has in this term done the same. And what I saw in there were countries prepared to step up to push the limits of what they can do. That's a good thing. That's friends helping friends.
We'll take this through the prism that Pete Hegseth is a very, very loyal member of the Trump administration and also a man who is a trained communicator. So he came out and he wanted to get that point across that he felt that Europe was following the US lead and also saying that President Trump was the one who had put this into train. And that is probably partly true. Remember, Trump did raise these suggestions that the US might leave NATO, but also the fact that there is war on the eastern border of Europe is really what has put everybody's backs up and has, I think, made a lot of countries more amenable to spending. And remember, Poland, for instance, is now spending 3.8% of its GDP on defense. Why? Well, because there's a war just over its own border. Now, these negotiations will continue here. We know that the United Kingdom has had its strategic defence review. We know that the government is committed to increasing defence spending. And the message that will come here is, I think, an acceptance that that has to go up. Then we'll go to a summit in The Hague of leaders, and that is where they will decide upon the new framework of spending. But what Hegseth is saying is that in that room, he has come out happy. And the Americans haven't always been in that position.
Adam Parsons there for us. Thank you so much. Plenty more insight on our stories on the Sky News website and the Sky News app, including in the Middle East, where Israel says it has recovered the bodies of 2 hostages taken by Hamas to Gaza on October the 7th, 2023. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the bodies of Judy Weinstein-Haggai and her husband Gad Haggai were recovered during a special operation by the IDF and the country's security agency Shin Bet. Their bodies were abducted from Kibbutz Nir Oz and taken into Gaza during Hamas's attack. Well, meanwhile, the US has vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The US ambassador to the UN, Dorothy Shea, said that America's decision should come as no surprise.
Any product that undermines our close ally Israel's security is a non-starter. This resolution would undermine diplomatic efforts to reach a ceasefire that reflects the realities on the ground and emboldens Hamas. This resolution also draws false equivalence between Israel and Hamas, which is both wrong and dangerous.
there, the spending we've made in Ukraine. The issue is not whether America will step up. We've stepped up. President Trump's spending $1 trillion in the next budget, proposing 13% increase, historic investments in our southern border, Golden Dome, advanced technologies, F-47. We're leading the way. The question is, will our allies step up the way we need them to? Because considering the threats in the world today, they have to. We all have to live in history together.
What if they don't?
It's not over.
What if they don't? Would you ever consider withdrawing the United States from NATO?
That's not what we're here to discuss. What we're here to discuss is that NATO countries, and we heard that in there, it was actually very heartening to listen to all the countries step up and say, we hear you, we all need increased capabilities, we all need to spend more. Thank you, President Trump, for reviving this alliance. It was an alliance that was sleepwalking to irrelevance. And President Trump, in his first term, said you need to step up and spend more. And he has in this term done the same. And what I saw in there were countries prepared to step up to push the limits of what they can do. That's a good thing. That's friends helping friends.
We'll take this through the prism that Pete Hegseth is a very, very loyal member of the Trump administration and also a man who is a trained communicator. So he came out and he wanted to get that point across that he felt that Europe was following the US lead and also saying that President Trump was the one who had put this into train. And that is probably partly true. Remember, Trump did raise these suggestions that the US might leave NATO, but also the fact that there is war on the eastern border of Europe is really what has put everybody's backs up and has, I think, made a lot of countries more amenable to spending. And remember, Poland, for instance, is now spending 3.8% of its GDP on defence. Why? Well, because there's a war just over its own border. Now, these negotiations will continue here. We know that the United Kingdom has had its strategic defence review. We know that the government is committed to increasing defence spending. And the message that will come here is, I think, an acceptance that that has to go up. Then we'll go to a summit in The Hague of leaders, and that is where they will decide upon the new framework of spending. But what Hegseth is saying is that in that room, he has come out happy, and the Americans haven't always been in that position.
Breaking news to bring you now from the Reuters news agency. It says that the US-backed Gaza
last hour.
I just want to take a moment. I think it is worth taking a moment to note the historic nature of what just occurred in there, which is not an end state. There's still more to go. But considering 2% was the goal that President Trump set out in his first term, President Trump said other countries need to carry the burden, pay the fair share. And a lot of people thought that was impossible. It couldn't happen. Here we are, and countries in there are well exceeding 2%. And we think very close, almost near consensus, on a 5% commitment for NATO in The Hague later this month. There are a few countries that are not quite there yet. I won't name any names. It's amongst friends in that room. We'll get them there. But from France to Germany, to the Baltics, to the Nordic countries, to Poland, to Greece, to Hungary, to so many more, the commitment is there. 5% on defense spending. When you consider the threats that we face, the urgency in the world, it's critical. We don't need more flags. We need more fighting formations. We don't need more conferences. We need more capabilities, hard power. That's why President Trump is committed to spending $1 trillion in our own defense budget. We're standing in that room with all the other countries saying we're spending 13% more on our defense inside our formations, in real capabilities. We need our allies here in Europe and in Canada to step up even more, to step up and take the lead, to recognize the defense of the continent as the core mission. So 5% is our message, and we will deliver that. President Trump at The Hague, at the summit, it's been his commitment, and I believe our allies will step up and do that for real capabilities, and that Europe returns to its core function, defense of the continent.
Well, currently, the UK spends 2.3% of GDP on defence. That's above the NATO target of 2%. This will rise to 2.5% by 2027, with the additional revenue coming from cuts to the foreign aid budget. The Prime Minister says spending will be increased to 3% by the end of the next Parliament. But as Sky News revealed this week, he may be forced to increase defence spending to 3.5% within a decade as part of a NATO push to keep the US on side. And as you just heard from Pete Hegseth, the US is calling for NATO members to increase their spending to 5%. But NATO members are expecting to make up to 1.5% of the figure in defence-related areas such as espionage and infrastructure. Well, our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons is in Brussels. And Adam, whichever way you split the percentage, it's still a lot more money than most countries are putting in at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually more money than the United States is putting in at the moment, which is rather curious when you hear Pete Hegseth talking quite so vociferously about how everyone needs to head towards 5%. But I think it is important that we break this down into a few things. One, I think there's pretty much unanimous support within NATO member states for higher defence budgets, because that 2% target always felt as if it was sort of almost voluntary. Now there is war in Europe's eastern border and a more antagonistic administration in the United States, who are effectively saying to European nations, you need to front up, you need to put more money into the pot, you need to show that it is worth the US keeping inside the NATO family. So I think with Ukraine is the great warning about the dangers. The likes of the Finns and the Swedes and the Poles are all saying to NATO, we need to spend more. Poland spends 3.8% of its GDP on defence at the moment, and that is going up. And as you might imagine, the Finns, the Swedes, the Estonians, Latvians are all nervous about Russian aggression. So these talks are not about whether it's raised, it's about how far it's raised and how quickly. The Americans clearly want a 5% total. That will come down to 3.5% on core defence spending, and then 1.5% on other things. That could be barracks, it could be spy, it could be infrastructure. And there's that extra question, which is how do you set off money that you give to Ukraine if you give hundreds of millions of pounds, let's say, to Ukraine, how do you get the credit for that when NATO comes to analyse your budgets? So there's an awful lot that is being discussed here, and it's all about percentages and figures. And after Mr. Hegseth had given that initial statement, I asked him about the fact that even though he's calling for 5%, the United States is in fact nowhere near that figure itself. Mr. Hegseth, the United States presently spends 3.4% of its GDP on defence. You're telling everyone else to spend 5%.
I don't think anyone's calling into question the United States of America's investment on defense, especially when it pertains to NATO, the investments that we've made there, the spending we've made in Ukraine. The issue is not whether America will step up. We've stepped up. President Trump's spending $1 trillion in the next budget, proposing 13% increase, historic investments in our southern border, Golden Dome, advanced technologies, F-47. We're leading the way. The question is, will our allies step up the way we need them to? Because considering the threats in the world today, they have to. We all have to live in history together.
What if they don't?
It's not over.
What if they don't? Would you ever consider withdrawing the United States from NATO?
That's not what we're here to discuss. What we're here to discuss is that NATO countries, when we heard that in there, it was actually very heartening to listen to all the countries step up and say, we hear you, we all need increased capabilities, we all need to spend more. Thank you, President Trump, for reviving this alliance. It was an alliance that was sleepwalking to irrelevance. And President Trump, in his first term, said you need to step up and spend more. And he has in this term done the same. And what I saw in there were countries prepared to step up to push the limits of what they can do. That's a good thing. That's friends helping friends.
So he dodged the question about whether the United States would ever consider leaving NATO. That is the sword that hangs over this organisation, is the United States is the biggest military power here. It's the biggest military power in the world. And without America, NATO would be greatly diminished. In fact, there are plenty here who think that without America, or even without the cohesion that holds this organisation together, Russia could prevail. And I think when we look at American military might, it is worth remembering this: 37% of all defence spending in the world comes from America. You look at the top 10 nations in the world for defence spending, America is at the top, and it spends more than the other 9 put together. It is an absolute behemoth of military spending and military industrial complex. So by saying to everyone else, you need to spend more, the other thing is that the American economy benefits because an awful lot of that spending will go across the Atlantic. One of the reasons, by the way, that the European nations are quite keen, including the UK, to rapidly develop their own defence industrial capacity. These negotiations will continue here, but the real crux of this is the NATO summit that is coming up, at which leaders will agree on new spending, new targets and time plans, and see if that is enough to keep the likes of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump happy.
OK, Adam, thanks very much. Well, to the Middle East now, and Israel says it's recovered the bodies of 2 hostages taken by Hamas to Gaza on October the 7th in 2023. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the bodies of Judy Weinstein Haggai and her husband Gad Haggai were recovered during a special operation by the IDF and the country's security agency Shin Bet. Their bodies were abducted from the kibbutz near Oz and taken into Gaza during Hamas's attacks. Meanwhile, the United States has vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The US ambassador to the UN, Dorothy Shea, said America's decision should come as no surprise.
Any product that undermines our close ally Israel's security is a non-starter. This resolution would undermine diplomatic efforts to reach a ceasefire that reflects the realities on the ground and emboldens Hamas. This resolution also draws false equivalence between Israel and Hamas, which is both wrong and dangerous.
President Trump has signed an order banning travel from 12 countries to America. In a video released on social media, he cited security concerns, including Sunday's terror attack in Boulder, Colorado. The list was put together after officials were asked to compile a report on countries whose citizens could pose a threat. Well, the 12 banned countries are Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan and Yemen. And 7 countries face a partial ban: Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan and Venezuela. Our US correspondent David Blevins is in Washington with more details.
President Trump is hailing travel restrictions imposed during his first term as one of the administration's most successful policies. But what became known as the Muslim ban back in 2017 was also one of the most controversial policies. There were protests outside airports, and world leaders were quick to express their concern, including those in Europe. But in a video posted by the White House, the president is actually citing Europe in a bid to justify the imposition of new travel restrictions.
We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States. That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others.
In addition to the ban on 12 countries, a partial ban on a further 7, and the possibility of others being added to that list, he issued a second proclamation escalating his war with Harvard University by suspending international visas for new students and authorising his administration to consider revoking those already in place. He blamed Joe Biden for America's immigration challenges and then issued a third proclamation ordering a review into the Biden presidency, suggesting aides of the former president had signed bills using AutoPen in a bid to cover up his cognitive decline. A busy few hours in the White House. If we didn't know before what they meant when they talked about flooding the zone, we do now.
Here, police in Sheffield are hunting for a driver who allegedly fled the scene after a collision which left a 16-year-old dead and another teenager with serious injuries. Emergency services were called to reports of a collision involving a grey Audi on Stanforth Road in the Darnall area of the city shortly around 5 p.m. on Wednesday. The 16-year-old male pedestrian was taken to hospital but later died of his injuries. An 18-year-old man who was riding the bike is in hospital with serious injuries following the crash yesterday. A man and a woman in their 40s have been arrested on suspicion of assisting an offender. Doctors are warning that women on certain weight loss jabs must make sure that they use effective contraception, as the medicines could affect the reliability of the pill. Women who do become pregnant are also being advised to stop using the jabs.
historic nature of what just occurred in there, which is not an end state. There's still more to go. But considering 2% was the goal that President Trump set out in his first term, President Trump said other countries need to carry the burden, pay the fair share. And a lot of people thought that was impossible. It couldn't happen. Here we are, and countries in there are well exceeding 2%. And we think very close, almost near consensus, on a 5% commitment for NATO in The Hague later this month. There are a few countries that are not quite there yet. I won't name any names. It's amongst friends in that room. We'll get them there. But from France to Germany to the Baltics to the Nordic countries to Poland to Greece to Hungary to so many more, the commitment is there. 5% on defense spending. When you consider the threats that we face, the urgency in the world, it's critical. We don't need more flags. We need more fighting formations. We don't need more conferences. We need more capabilities, hard power. That's why President Trump is committed to spending $1 trillion in our own defense budget. We're standing in that room with all the other countries saying we're spending 13% more on our defense inside our formations, in real capabilities. We need our allies here in Europe and in Canada to step up even more, to step up and take the lead, to recognize the defense of the continent as the core mission. So 5% is our message, and we will deliver that. President Trump at The Hague, at the summit, it's been his commitment, and I believe our allies will step up and do that for real capabilities, and that Europe returns to its core function, defense of the continent.
Well, joining me now is defence expert Elizabeth Braw, who's a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council. Good to talk to you today, Elizabeth. So today was meant to be about capability targets, but this 5% figure has now been floated, which has dominated pretty much everything. How realistic is it that all countries could potentially put that much of their GDP into NATO?
It is an extremely ambitious target. And if we look at current defense spending, some countries reach 2% and some exceed 2%, including the UK, Poland, the United States, but not all. And to go even from 2% to 5%, that is an extraordinary increase. And what needs to happen between being where we are now to getting to 5% are revolutionary changes within our countries. First of all, our governments would have to tell the public, we are going to allocate a significantly larger chunk to defense. And then they would actually have to spend that money. And that means whatever equipment they want to buy has to be manufactured. Well, who are the manufacturing workers, the work expertise to make weapons? That's not a low-level, low-skill job. And then who are the soldiers who are going to join our armed forces to make up for this larger fighting force? So it is a massive change that would need to happen. And it's even if it does happen, it's not going to happen anytime soon. And frankly, I think in many cases, it's not going to happen at all.
So do you think this is an unrealistic target?
Well, I think it's a talking point. It's a useful figure to mention and to discuss and to say, well, we are aiming for 5%, but getting to 5% is a completely different matter altogether. In the United States itself is not close to 5%. And it is a useful way for the United States to pressure its European allies to do more. But I think the irony of today's situation, the current situation, is that the fact that European countries are spending a lot more on defense because they are concerned that the United States will not support them in case of an attack. That is what's motivating the significant increase we are seeing. Whereas in the first Trump administration, they saw increased defense spending as a way of showing their commitment to the alliance, which is what Trump wanted to see. And today, it is a completely different picture. They are planning for a future without the United States. They're not saying it will happen, but they're saying this is something we have to take into account.
And that was definitely discussed. How likely is it, do you think, that the US could step back from NATO? I mean, is that a possibility? Would it then still really even be NATO?
Well, that is the big spectre at NATO headquarters, the spectre of the United States leaving. And frankly, it's such a terrifying spectre that it feels almost dangerous to even think about it, let alone plan for it. But it is a very real consideration now for other NATO allies. And just in the past couple of days, we've had announcements of Hegseth himself not attending the Ramstein meeting that's coming up. That's a group of Western allies supporting Ukraine. He will not be attending that meeting. Then we've also had an announcement that the United States Air Force is not going to be participating in a NATO in an Air Force exercise involving NATO countries in Sweden. And as a result, that exercise had to be cancelled. So that is a reality, and that is why other NATO countries, especially the European and members of NATO, are so determined to plan for a contingency scenario where the United States may not be fully engaged in NATO. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, but it's obvious why they are seeing a need to plan for it.
Elizabeth Braw, defence expert, very good to talk to you. Thank you. Now, for tens of thousands of Beyoncé fans, today is the day. The singer's Cowboy Carter tour kicks off its European leg at London's Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Meanwhile,
Good afternoon, everyone. We've just concluded a meeting of the NATO defense ministers, and we will start with a statement from the Secretary General, followed by your questions.
Good afternoon. Indeed, we just concluded our last ministerial meeting before the NATO summit in The Hague. We agreed on an ambitious new set of capability targets, and this is so important. These targets describe exactly what capabilities allies need to invest in over the coming years. Air defense, fighter jets, tanks, drones, personnel, logistics, and so much more. All of this is needed to keep our deterrence and defense strong and our 1 billion people safe. Agreeing on what we need was a vital first step. To deliver on these needs, allies will need to invest much more in defense. And that is now the work ahead of us for The Hague, to agree a new defense investment plan that will ensure we have enough resources to be able to deter and defend in this more dangerous world. I will propose an overall investment plan that will total 5% of GDP in defense investment, 3.5% of GDP for core defense spending. This is based on what it will cost to meet the new capability targets that ministers have just agreed, and 1.5% of GDP per year in defense and security-related investments like infrastructure and industry. Ministers also discussed our enduring support to Ukraine. This year already, allies pledged over 20 billion euros in additional security assistance for Ukraine. I also welcome the additional efforts of support allies pledged at the meeting of the Ukraine Defence Contact Group yesterday. We met with Minister Umerov today in the NATO-Ukraine Council, along with EU High Representative Kallas. Minister Umerov highlighted the challenges on the battlefield, Russia's continued attacks on civilian targets, and Ukraine's ongoing pursuit of a negotiated peace. We all want to see this war brought to an end with a just and lasting peace, and fully support President Trump's urgent efforts to stop the bloodshed. Finally, we convened a regular meeting of the Nuclear Planning Group. Nuclear deterrence remains the cornerstone of alliance security. NATO will remain a nuclear alliance as long as nuclear weapons exist. And we will ensure that NATO's nuclear capability remains credible and effective, in order to preserve peace, prevent coercion, and deter aggression. NATO's deterrence is strong today. And through the decisions we have taken at this ministerial, we are making sure it remains strong for tomorrow. So I look forward to a successful summit in The Hague later this month. And then, today the defense ministers bid farewell to General Chris Cavoli, our Supreme Allied Commander Europe, who has done a fantastic job. We are happy he will still be with us for the next few weeks. And I'm also happy to announce that yesterday the North Atlantic Council has approved the nomination of General Grinkovich, United States Air Force, to the post of Supreme Allied Commander Europe. And with this, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, let's start. BBC, third row, blue jacket.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Could you tell us, Secretary General, if this new 5% target also applies to the US, which has been lecturing allies to increase spending to 5%? They only spend 3.4% at present. So are they going to commit to this new target of 5%? And also, is there a danger that this is just gesture politics? Because all the leaders who will agree this are unlikely to be in office by the time they have to deliver it, which I assume is a sort of 10-year program. If you can clarify that, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
But I have a cunning plan for that. And the cunning plan is that, and this is different from what we did with the Welsh Pledge, that nations will commit to yearly plans showing the increase each year to make sure that you come to the new target of 5%, ultimately being the 3.5% and the 1.5%. So to prevent, to the Canadians and the Dutch here, ice hockey and field hockey, to prevent a hockey stick at the end of the period when you have to reach the target. Yes, it's also, of course, this is for the whole alliance, including the US.
So the US is committed to increase defence spending to 5%?
Yes, 3.5% core defence spending, 1.5% security and defence-related spending.
Okay. Terry, just next to him.
Thank you very much. More math for you. On particularly the division of who spends what where. For example, until now, countries have been able to decide themselves what goes into their core defense spending, their 2%, for example. So if countries are already counting, for example, military assistance to Ukraine in the 3.5%, they obviously won't be able to count it in the 1.5%. So I'm interested in knowing what will go into that category. There's been a lot of debate on this already. Some countries have said, you know, what about climate mitigation, climate change mitigation? This also affects our military. Are you going to define more clearly what can count as the 3.5, what can count as the 1.5, and how far are you willing to stretch on that? Oh. And one ally has already said they think they can meet their current capability targets with their current 2%. Is that even credible?
Well, I'm not going now into all the details because, of course, allies will consult and discuss over the coming weeks leading up to the Hague summit. But generally speaking, the idea is not to change the definitions of the current 2%.
No, but that's not enough of an answer. What can go in the 1.5?
And I told you, we have this discussion, and at this moment, I'm not going to go into more details. That is still ongoing, and allies are consulting with each other on those details.
Great. We're going to take one question at a time, Terry.
But again, what I announced today, and I'm very precise about this, is that I will propose to allies a 5% defense spend target, consisting of 3.5% core defense, that you can compare it with the old 2%, and 1.5% basically on security and defense-related matters like military mobility, making sure that the defense industrial base is developed, making sure that our societies are well prepared for situations where war might potentially break out. That's what I will propose today. And obviously there are always many details to be discussed amongst allies. They will consult on this over the next couple of days and weeks, and I have no doubt we will solve all those issues before the summit.
Okay, we'll go in the second row here, the gentleman without the tie.
Yeah, that is. I was checking. There's no criticism, but it is noted.
Did I wear it or not today? No. What about the 1.5% component? It sure looks like a mathematical way of making the spending target adding up to Donald Trump's 5% goal. So I wonder, how did you reach, or did you come to that number?
Well, the 3.5% is, of course, directly related to the capability targets. When you look at these capability targets, but also where we are in terms of delivering on the capability targets of last round, there are still many, many gaps. And with the Russians reconstituting themselves, we cannot afford the risk that we still have those gaps in a couple of years. So we, in the foreseeable future, have to reach a target of 3.5% when it comes to the core defense spending. But then, and this is also what Chris Cavoli explained very well today with the defense ministers, our Supreme Allied Commander, General Cavoli, he said, of course, you need the core defense spending, but let's be honest with each other. If a tank is not able to cross a bridge, if our societies are not prepared in case war breaks out for a whole of society approach, if you're not able to really develop the defense industrial base, then the 3.5% is great, but then you cannot really defend yourselves. And that means that, okay, it's always a bit of a guesstimate. You cannot precisely point to the 3.5% is really rooted into the capability targets. But it is clear that if you spend about 3.5% on your core defense, that clearly you have at least to spend half, a little bit under half, so 1.5% on these defense-related issues. Yeah, well, that's good, and in this case, he was right.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go here in the fourth row, the woman with the scarf.
Madam.
Yes, Maria Vasiliou, Greek Daily Tandea. I would like to ask you about the time frame, because we understand that your proposal is to go up to 2032, but we heard ministers saying today that it should go up to 2035. So what is your position on that? And also the fixed targets that you suggested on the annually fixed increases on spending that you would like to see. Are you going to propose them? Are they going to be proposed collectively by NATO, and they are going to be the same for each country, or each country will define how much they will increase their spending every year? Thank you.
Yes, well, what I want to do today, because we have agreed on the capability targets, to reach those capability targets, and this is true for each country, you have to spend over a certain amount of years 3.5% of your GDP on core defense to be able to implement those capabilities. This is true for all nations, for all allies. That's what I'm going to announce today. What I have announced today just a minute ago in this press conference, and also the 1.5% defense and security related investments. What I do not want to do today is to go into more details, because obviously allies will have discussions amongst each other. We will consult with each other on some of these details. For example, what is the end date that you want to have reached it? How do you prevent a hockey stick? So nothing happening the first couple of years, and then the last year, all of a sudden, you have a huge increase, which is then, in terms of absorption capacity, you are not able to spend in that last year. So all these issues, of course, we have to discuss. We will do that, and I'm absolutely convinced there was such broad-based support today in the meeting, because allies understand this is necessary. Look at the Russian threat, the Chinese build-up. We live in a different world. We live in a more dangerous world. It was the German Chief of Defense saying a couple of days ago that by 2029 the Russians might be able to mount a successful attack at NATO. So we are safe today, but if we don't do this, we are not safe in the foreseeable future, and that's why we have to do this.
Okay, let's go to the second row, this woman in the blue jacket.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. Galina Ostopovets, Novina Live, Ukraine. What kind of topic did you discuss with Minister Umerov today?
Yes, well, we discussed yesterday, of course, very much the situation of the ongoing support. That was in the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, chaired by the defense ministers of Germany and the United Kingdom, Pistorius and Healy. Today we had a NATO-Ukraine Council meeting with the defense ministers. It was very good. We really went into detail. How do we make sure that the support for Ukraine is not only there now, but is also there to stay? How do we make sure collectively that if what we all hope will happen, and we are really commending President Trump for his efforts here, that a long-term ceasefire or even a peace deal would happen? How then do we make sure that Ukraine has what it needs for that peace deal to be durable, to be lasting? So these were the types of issues we discussed. There was widespread support again for what Ukraine is doing, total condemnation of the Russian unprovoked onslaught on Ukraine. So it was a very positive meeting on a very serious subject. Thank you.
All right, the gentleman just behind her in the brown jacket.
Thank you for the opportunity. Pavel Sverlov, European Radio for Belarus, in exile from Warsaw. I will switch the topic a little. How do you assess the threat from the territory of Belarus in connection with the exercises Zapad 2025 and Russia's intention to deploy its nuclear weapon on Belarusian territory?
Well, of course, NATO monitors Russia's military activities very closely, including the exercises. The problem here, of course, is, and we know this for already some years, that there's a pattern of a total lack of transparency. That is really a big issue. The scale and scope of previous Zapad exercises have significantly exceeded what had been announced by Russia. But we are monitoring this very closely.
Okay, fourth row, blonde woman in teal outfit. Yeah, Danish. Danish TV, please.
You get nice comments on your clothes.
Yes, thank you. Lise Hesselund from TV2 Denmark. I would like to ask you about, again, these capability targets. I understand that they're classified, but I also understand that you have agreed today to enhance NATO's role in the Arctic and also in the North Atlantic. I wonder, can you just tell us a little bit about what are the requirements now? How have they changed from previously? I know you can't talk about the gaps, but what are the needs, and maybe also what are your expectations to the allies who have to patrol this very large area?
Yeah, indeed, I will not go in detail on every area where NATO is active in the Euro-Atlantic. But more generally speaking, and this is a bit of a repeat I said also yesterday, but I think it is important to stress the point that there is content behind this. So the 2% in 2014 came out of the air a little bit plucked from the air. And this 3.5% core defense spending is really deeply rooted in a process which has taken 4 years to complete, the NATO defense spending process, which now has led to agreeing unanimously with all the defense ministers about the capability targets we have to reach, from which we can assess what the gaps are. And let me just, again, name a few big ones. The long-range missiles, I mentioned it before. We know we have, of course, issues in the whole world, but also in NATO territory when it comes to air and missile defense. Of course, we know that in an increasingly complex theater of warfare, that command and control systems are not only costly, you constantly have to redesign them, and you have to make sure that you make use of the latest technologies. So these are huge investment. And then, particularly when it comes to the European part of NATO, there is the issue of maneuverable land formations. So in all these areas, we need considerable investment. This is true for every ally, from Greece, Portugal, and Spain, up to and including the countries in the Baltics and Finland, etc., and of course Canada and the US. And that means that to bridge that gap between where we are now and where we have to be, clearly you need a consistent spending, which you have to build up over a number of years, because you have an absorption issue. You cannot say if you are 2% now, take my own country, the Netherlands, which is now over 2%, that you cannot in 1 year spend 3.5%. But you want also the Netherlands and other countries to each year take gradual steps getting there. And that's necessary, because otherwise it's like with the Welsh Pledge, that in the beginning nothing happened, and then Trump became president, Trump 45 in 2017, and then all of a sudden countries started to spend a lot, much more. And here we don't have to do this because of an audience of one. We have to do this to keep 1 billion people safe. But these are really huge investments. When you look at the price and then the maintenance, and of course the thousands and thousands, the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands of new military personnel you need to get into your military. You've seen some of the discussions in Germany at the moment. They are talking about potentially, and I'm just quoting them, so I'm not saying this is exactly the right number, but you can see this in the press. They are talking about a couple of 100,000 increase in their military in terms of the men and women in uniform being a part of the German military. And this doesn't come for free.
Okay, third row on the aisle.
Dan Michaels, Wall Street Journal.
Hi.
Hello. Looking ahead to the summit, do you yet have a consensus agreement on the 5% target, or do you expect this to be contentious before that? And looking ahead to the summit declaration, do you expect references to Ukraine in it and to Russia being a threat to NATO, as past NATO summit declarations have said? Thank you.
There's broad support. I think Pete Hegseth, when he left the building today, he said near consensus. So we're really close. But always, this is a big decision. What we did today was a big decision, agreeing on the capability targets. I mean, this is we use this word often, historic. But I think we are allowed today to use that word, that the decision today is historic. When you look at the capability targets we agreed on, this is such an enormous increase. And then, of course, from there you need to, okay, you cannot just say these are the new capability targets and there is no money. So I have total confidence that we will get there also on the 5%, and it will hammer out some of the details we still have to work on. So no, I'm really confident. And we have to do that, because otherwise, we all know we will be safe for the next couple of years, but then we need to use those years to learn Russian if we don't do this. Yeah, the summit declaration, I mean, this is all early stage, but what I want from this summit is really to be a splash. NATO, totally strong, fair, more lethal, spending what we need to spend to be able to defend ourselves. So this incredible increase in defense spending, up to this 5%, but also when it comes to defense industrial production, because this is my other big worry I have, that we are simply not producing enough. And that in itself is also presenting a problem when it comes to our deterrence and defense, if we don't get a grip on this. So I will completely focus on that issue as my firm commitment next half year, to make sure that we get the defense industrial base going, not myself on my own, but at least being somebody within NATO, encouraging our allies along to really get this going and make sure that we build these cross-Atlantic alliances. We have already many, but they're simply not producing enough. And thirdly, Ukraine. So these three issues we will really concentrate on. So this will be a very focused summit. And again, to use that word, I think again, today was historic, and the summit will also be historic.
Okay, let's come to the center. First, the gentleman in blue here in the second row.
Also without a tie.
Hi, Adam Parsons from Sky News. Secretary General, you're in a building full of people who want to spend more on defence, but you are at heart a dyed-in-the-wool politician. So what do you say to all the people watching this around the world who would much rather that hundreds of billions of pounds were spent on schools and hospitals and roads rather than weapons?
I would say the following, that we live in a different world. Since a couple of years, the change is staggering. The threat of Russia, the fact that they were willing to take the next step after all the threats, starting in 2019, 2020, 2021, that in 2022 in February, they launched this full-scale attack, unprovoked in Ukraine. Of course, it started in 2014, but the full onslaught on Ukraine started to happen from February 2022. That country, Russia, at the moment, and I've said it so many times, but just imagine the number that they are producing in the core ammunition, which is the base of all your warfare, that they are producing in 3 months for the whole of NATO, which is a 25 times bigger economy than Russia, than that whole of NATO is producing in a year. If we don't take actions now, if we don't do this now, then the politicians today in the room, but also all the leaders I speak with. I yesterday had a dinner with Emmanuel Macron, and I will meet many leaders over the next couple of weeks in a row to do the Hague Summit. And I've spoken to many leaders, of course, in the last 3-4 months. These leaders, these defense ministers, these foreign ministers, they realize that they have to go to the populations. And this is what leaders do. This is why you have politicians. To present the facts to your people and say, hey, we have rich societies, we can do this. But if we don't act now, the next 3 years we are fine. But we have to start now, because otherwise from 3, 4, 5 years from now, we are really under threat. And then, and maybe this was a bit, maybe using a bit rhetoric here, but I really mean this, that then you have to get your Russian language course out or go to New Zealand. And people sense, in my country, the Netherlands, people sense this, feel this here. Not here, yes, also, but also here and here, that the threat is there. And then, when you spend now 2% on defense and you go to 5%, and of course there is the 1.5 there, which is really defense and security related, which is crucial to make sure that you can maneuver and that you have your societies prepared. It's not undoable. Yes, it is a lot of money. But it's not undoable. We have rich societies. We can do this. Okay, and I need your help, please. And of course, you decide what you do, but journalists, you have also all this information. I know that you're bringing it out, and it is extremely important.
Okay, I know we have far more questions than we'll have time for. We have one or two more. We'll go to the center in the third row, please.
Satya from NHK, the Japanese TV station. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask about Ukraine. Do you agree with the Europeans that any agreement should respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine and to not recognize Russian occupation of Crimea? And do you think could this position affect China's actions as countries in the Indo-Pacific face territorial issues with China?
Well, obviously, what happens when there is a long-term ceasefire or even a peace deal on Ukraine will have an impact on how China and others they will watch this. And if we are not careful, they might think we could take a pass on, we could move on Taiwan, for example. And I was in Japan, I think now 2 months ago, a very successful visit with the foreign minister and defense minister and the prime minister, and I visited the defense industrial base in Japan. I was really impressed. But of course, you guys are close to this. South Korea is close to this, the Republic of Korea, but also Australia, New Zealand, and we are working closely together with them. So the fact that Russia and North Korea and China and Iran are working together, and 3 of them supporting Russia, the 3 of them supporting the Russians in this terrible war against Ukraine is a very relevant factor. So we have to think very well. But I think it was crucial that President Trump broke the deadlock, that he started to pick up the phone, engage with Vladimir Putin. This will take time. This is very difficult to bring this whole thing to a durable and lasting peace, but I know he is navigating this tirelessly, and we are all encouraging him along to keep doing this and making sure that we will bring this to a lasting end. But it doesn't help if I'm then going to say, sitting there in my reclining chair, and it has to be this and this and this, doesn't help.
Okay, second row, third from the end.
Thank you. Hi, Laura Jakes from the New York Times. Nice to see you.
Could you explain a little bit, if I'm understanding this correctly, how aid to Ukraine is considered part or a definition of the national or domestic core military spending? I understand that has been the case for some countries so far. Can you talk a little bit about to what level that has been part of domestic core military spending? Thank you.
Yes, well, what I will announce today, or have announced today, just 20 minutes ago, is this 3.5 and 1.5, 5% defense spending. And as I said, there will be discussions and consultations between allies in the run-up to the summit in The Hague. But when it comes to Ukraine, I can assure you it would be strange and not wise if we would take decisions here in how we navigate, how we organize this, how we define all of this, if that would work against Ukraine. That would not be wise. So I'm not giving you now the full answer, because this is all part of some of the discussions still ongoing. And I'm very open with you. I'm only going to announce now the numbers. And when it comes to what is the exact end date and the exact intermediate steps and Ukraine and all that, we will announce that later. But you can be assured that nobody of the 32 defense ministers wants this to be organized in a way where the support for Ukraine would be less than it is today.
I guess I'm not trying to suggest that. I'm just trying to understand how support for Ukraine factors into domestic military spending for the alliance members.
Yeah, but at the moment we have a system in place, and countries have a liberty to navigate that. And my basic assumption is that we are not going to change the rules when it comes to the old 2%, the new 3.5%. And that the discussion is very much focusing on what is part of the 1.5%. And there we have some big issues already defined. This is around logistics and making sure that you can move from A to B, and your railway systems and bridges, etc., are capable of doing that, with preparing societies and building the defense industrial base. And there will be potentially other issues which fall under that.
Okay, we're really out of time. We'll take one final question. Let's go to the front here, second row.
Thank you very much, Lily from Reuters. Maybe to close off on a slightly different theme, ministers today also approved a new hybrid strategy for the alliance. Could you share perhaps some details on what is new in this strategy? And also, before we leave, I wanted to follow up on my colleague's question and ask whether you expect support for Ukraine to be explicitly written into the summit's declaration. Thank you so much.
Well, obviously the summit declaration is there when it is there, but I already mentioned the headline items. The summit declaration will be focusing primarily on three big issues: spending, defense industrial production, obviously making sure that Ukraine has what it needs to stay in the fight, to bring the conflict, this terrible war of aggression by the Russians, to a durable and lasting peace. Yeah, of course, these are issues which allies are still discussing and consulting about, so there's no final version of a statement. And that's fine, because the summit is in 3 weeks. When it comes to hybrid, what I think is extremely important is that two things. First, when we discuss hybrid, that we realize that that is basically an umbrella for sometimes an assassination attempt on the CEO of a big company, sometimes the jamming of commercial airplanes in parts of NATO airspace, sometimes even cyber attacks, for example, and I mentioned that before, the example at the National Health Service in the United Kingdom. So we have seen this. We have seen the Skripal case in 2018, March 2018 in the UK. Which was, of course, also an assassination attempt. So these issues, we really have to consider that this is, next to the traditional warfare, is increasing, that we have to know what is happening, that we have to know how we can make sure that those doing this, if it's the Russians or whoever are behind this, that we not only notice, but that we don't accept it, and that we will find ways to make sure it stops. And that is what the hybrid strategy is all about.
All right. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you so much. Have a great... good to see you. Thank you.